Good evening and welcome to the Tuesday, December 13th, 2022 regularly scheduled Board of Education meeting. We'll call the meeting to order at 5:30. Could I have a roll call, please, for board?
Mr. Kaczynski.
Present.
Mrs. Hostler.
Here.
Mrs. Arvanitis.
Here.
Mrs. Stufen. Mr. Collins. Mrs. Caforio.
Here.
Mrs. Troutman, present.
Okay, we have 5 board members present, 2 absent. Could I have a motion, please, to go into closed session?
I move that the Board of Education move into closed session for the purposes of the appointment, employment, compensation, discipline, performance, or dismissal of specific employees of the public body, including hearing testimony on a complaint lodged against an employee of the public body or against legal counsel for the public body to determine its validity. 5 ILCS 122C1, the placement of individual students in special education programs and other matters relating to individual students. 5 ILCS 122C10, discussion of minutes of meetings lawfully closed under the Open Meetings Act, whether for the purposes of approval by the body of the minutes or semi-annual review of the minutes as mandated by Section 2.06, 5 ILCS 122C21.
I'll second.
Okay, motion by Mrs. Troutman, second by Mrs. Hostler. Please call the vote.
Mrs. Troutman, yes. Mrs. Hostler?
Yes.
Mrs. Arvanitis?
Yes.
Mr. Kaczynski?
Yes.
Mrs. Caforio?
Yes. 5 ayes, no nays, 2 absent. Motion passes. The board will be in closed session. Good evening, and welcome to the regularly scheduled Board of Education meeting on Tuesday, December 13th, 2022. We have 6 board members present, 1 absent, and the board has been in closed session for items listed on the agenda since 5:30 this evening. As we begin tonight's meeting, I'd like to have us stand for the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Before we begin tonight, I want to take a moment to address last week's heartbreaking incident. As a Board of Education, we are deeply disturbed and heartbroken by what was seen on the video shared on social media of an incident last week in York High School's bathroom involving a student with a disability. Bullying or violence of any kind will not be tolerated in Elmhurst District 205. And any student that chooses to engage in these behaviors will face consequences for their actions. The administration is equally appalled by the incident and has been working tirelessly to conduct a thorough investigation to ensure a full understanding of all details, including the moments before and after what is seen on the video. While multiple communications have been sent out to York parents, district parents, and to the parents of our students with disabilities, many of you have also expressed frustration in not knowing all the details. Social media is unfortunately and expectedly replete with partial facts, conjecture, and sensationalism. Therefore, I would like to take a moment to clarify the events of last week for our community. Please recognize that we must respect the privacy of our students within the bounds of the law and are not able to divulge all the information that you may desire. Early Thursday afternoon, the administrative team at York High School received the first report of a possible bullying incident in the bathroom related to a student with a disability. Once alerted to the situation, the administration immediately began investigating and reached out to the family of the student with a disability. The Elmhurst Police Department school resource officers were immediately notified of the incident and have been in contact with the parents of the student who was pushed. The investigation continued throughout the weekend and into this week. Once the administration had a full understanding of the situation, significant school consequences were issued to the students involved. Communications were sent on Friday to the York community, making them aware of the incident, and to our entire community on Sunday. Earlier this evening, the Elmhurst Police Department released a statement regarding last week's incident and the outcome of their investigation. The statement in its entirety is available on the City of Elmhurst website, but I am going to share a portion of it. The investigation revealed that the student with special needs, who is a member of the wrestling team, engaged in wrestling behavior with 4 other students, 2 of which are his teammates on the wrestling team. In the video recording, a student who is not on the wrestling team appears to have pushed the student with special needs after physical contact was made. No students were physically injured during the incident. Elmhurst police detectives have contacted the parents of the student that was pushed, and the parents have declined a formal police investigation. Both the parents of the student and school administration have decided that this matter would be handled through the school disciplinary process. The Elmhurst Police Department has offered counseling services to the juveniles involved. As this incident involves children, juvenile confidentiality laws prohibit identification of the students involved and specific disciplinary actions completed. Based upon the facts known at this time, the Elmhurst Police Department will respect the family's decision in the resolution of this matter. To reiterate, due to privacy laws, we are unable to share the consequences issued to each student. There is no question that it is important that the consequences given were both significant and reflect the full impact of their actions on our school community. That said, as a Board of Education, we have a responsibility to all of our students in our district. The response to a situation is as impactful as the situation. The administrative team has addressed the behaviors from last week's video and continues to be dedicated to the safety and well-being of all our students. There is no place for this behavior and treatment of students with a disability in our schools. To our wider Elmhurst community, while one incident hurts, and it hurts deeply, the outpouring of compassion in action from our student body at York High School has been nothing short of amazing. We are so proud of our students for their outrage over this situation and their adamant and immediate response to make it clear to everyone that the actions of this small group do not represent the entire York student body. The students have worked and continue to work in partnership with the administration to channel their energy in a way that creates a positive impact and ensures that all students feel a sense of belonging and purpose. This is York. Tonight, we will conduct our business meeting, which also includes honoring and recognizing many of the amazing accomplishments of our students and staff. But this does not take away from the anger and the heartbreak that we all feel about the treatment of one of our students. And with that, we will begin our business meeting and highlight some of the positive and wonderful things happening in our district, and also be sensitive that there's a lot of hurt in our community at the moment. So I want to begin by turning it over to our principal at Hawthorne Elementary School. And he is going to come up and share some of the accomplishments of our staff, I believe.
I am. Hello, everybody. Thank you so much for letting us be here tonight. My name is Tim Reardon. I am the principal at Hawthorne. This is my 6th year as principal. And standing next to me to my left is Sam Skarsdinsky. She recently got married, so congratulations to her. We changed her name. It's been great. This is her actual 4th year at Hawthorne. So we are here to briefly discuss our PLC process and the impact that it's had on students.
So we have a variety of different types of professional learning communities within our building that are designed to support all of our students. So as you can see, there's 5 different types of PLCs that we operate within our building at Hawthorne. One of the main ones that's the most common is our grade level PLCs, which includes our classroom teachers, resource teachers, our coach, and building administration. And during their PLCs, they plan instruction that's aligned to the grade level standards, and they analyze the student data, summative, formative, and anecdotal notes to make and drive instructional decisions collaboratively as a group. The next PLC is the Unified Arts, which consists of all of our specialist teachers. So the art, PE, music, and our librarian, as well as the coach and our building administration. They're connecting the UA content with the general education instruction and the instructional practices that are happening. There's also vertical articulation, which will allow for the same expectations as teachers of the core curriculum. The next group is our specialist PLCs, which consist of our EL resource teacher, our reading specialist, coach, and building administration. During this group, they collaborate, they plan, and they set goals for different cohorts of students. They also establish criteria for success in small group setting, which correlates and aligns with the grade level content as they service students in kindergarten through 5th grade. They also progress monitor the reading interventions for targeted groups with the end goal of improving student literacy for all. The next one is our special education PLC team, which consists of special education teachers, related services, our school psychologist, and building administration. During this time, it's more student-focused, and they collaborate, plan, and set goals for students. They apply progress monitoring, assessment, and reflection practices within their discussion of strategies and solutions to those barriers that may exist with cohorts of students or individual students. And the last one is our instructional leadership team, which consists of many certified staff members in our grade level teams, as well as specialists in other areas. During this time, we review assessment information, including our IAR data, MAP, SBR data, to make decisions regarding our students at the school. We discuss vertical articulation for the math and ELA standards to create a well-established school improvement plan.
So the pictures that you see up here are examples of our grade level PLCs. Teams are working on a variety of things. Some of the people and teams in the picture are working on planning for math, planning for ELA, and some are working on looking at student work samples. And then the big group in the bottom middle row, that's actually the field and Hawthorne 4th grade team that's the 6-section team that we have. And they're doing a good job, planning together for all of our students. Oops, sorry. So we have a shared belief. We believe that our instructional approaches can improve our student outcomes, and this is something that we've held deeply for the last 6 years. There's a lot of competing interests in schools, so we, during our PLC times, in our grade level PLCs, which are 90 minutes a week, we really do the best that we can to focus on instruction. We align our instruction to Common Core standards. We ensure high, consistent expectations for all students. And what that means is that no matter what classroom the student is in at a particular grade level, we ensure that we have the expectations for all kids, and all kids learn the same thing. Yes, their classroom experience may be different because the class makeups are different and the teachers are different, but our goal is to make sure that 100% of the students have the same expectation. And then, of course, we focus on using high-leverage instructional strategies to deliver content. We also focus on different quantitative and qualitative data pieces. And so during our PLCs, we also do grade-level data reviews. We look at student work samples, and we also use anecdotal student observation notes. So this is the slide that we're most proud of because this the work that directly impacts the students. So as a result of the level of collaboration and focus in math, we saw a 56 to 62% increase in proficiency from the 2021 to the 2022 school year, which is 6% growth in math. In ELA, we saw a 62 to 69% increase from the 2021 to the 2022 school year, which is a 7% increase, but we have surpassed our percentage of students meeting in 2018 and 2019 by 17%. So as you can see, we've made great gains in reading and math, and it's all because of our incredible staff, and we're proud of everyone's collective hard work on continuous improvement. So we're excited that we're the ones that get to stand up here and share this news with people. So standing behind me, I actually have a lot of staff members, and I want to recognize them and have them stand because truly they are the heart and soul, and they are the ones that do the work. So staff, please stand up. And that is our presentation, so thank you very much.
Thank you so much for that, and thank you to the teachers behind you that are making that happen. We would love it if you would come and stand in front of the stage and we can grab a picture of you and celebrate your accomplishments. We really appreciate it.
I just have a couple quick words. My name's Nick Bertani. I teach at Hawthorne.
Sorry.
I'm sure by the number of staff that showed up tonight, you can tell how we feel about working with Tim and Sam as our leaders. Thanks, Tim and Sam, for the human element you guys demonstrate daily, how you support the building emotionally, professionally, and how you really allow us to feel like leaders. I personally think schools at the building level are successfully run with a top-down effect. We trust Tim and Sam's skill set as instructional leaders. They arrive early, stay late, and they're quick to respond to you with questions. So on behalf of all the Hawthorne people, those that could make it tonight and couldn't, we wouldn't be here without you guys. So thanks for your leadership.
Thank you. All right, so next we are going to celebrate our fall sports and co-curricular activities. There was a lot of success within our sporting events this fall. And in particular, I think our community really got behind our sports teams, and we're really enjoying cheering them on. So at this time, we're going to ask the teams to come up, right?
I'll start.
Oh, she's going to say something, and then we'll have you come up. Clearly, I don't know the process.
Okay, so this evening, we're going to take an opportunity to recognize and celebrate our York Fall Sports and Co-Curriculars after a very busy, because I was at a lot of these games, and successful season here at York Community High School. Our students, staff, and coaches have worked incredibly hard this season, and there are so many to congratulate that we had to move our meeting location here to York so that we could fit everybody here. So thank you for being here. Our students, staff, and so before we recognize several individual teams, student athletes, academic achievements, and staff, we have several team-wide celebrations that we would like to first celebrate from the fall season. We're going to ask that any team members and staff present from the following teams all make your way up to the stage together to stand facing the audience for recognition by the Board of Education. Esports, girls tennis, girls swim and dive, girls volleyball, and football. You can come on up, the stairs are over here. And while they're making their way up to the stage, I'm going to mention a few highlights from the amazing fall season that these teams had. The esports program's Fortnite team had 3 students make it to the state finals for the Illinois High School Esports Association. Only the top 100 players in the state can play in the finals, and York had 3 players represented. Is everybody up here? Okay.
Slide down. Slide.
Okay, slide down.
Coach Soccer is supposed to be out. Never listen.
Okay, everybody up here?
No.
Hello.
Okay, I'm going to let the picture be taken, and then I'll continue on with the achievements. Okay, I just want to go through some of these accomplishments while you're all standing here. So I'm just going to start again. The esports program's Fortnite team had 3 students make it to the state finals for the Illinois High School Esports Association, and only the top 100 players in the state can play in the finals, and York had 3 players represented. Those students are Michael Sumner, Will Stanley, and Romello Cintron. Okay, our girls tennis team were sectional champions. The team placed 6th at state, tying for York's highest place finish at state as a team. We also want to recognize Lizzie Izianoff, who placed 5th at state as an individual with the highest place finish by a singles player in York history. Okay, our girls swim and dive team were also sectional champions. And diver Kalina Siglinski finished 11th place at state and had all state honors. Okay, our girls' volleyball team were regional champions. And our football team were West Suburban Conference champions with a 9-0 record. They finished with a 12-1 with the most wins in York history. And they lost a hard-fought game in very cold weather in the semifinals against Loyola, who went on to win state. Great job, York football. We'd also like to thank Mr. Rob Wagner, Assistant Principal for Athletics, and the York administration for their support of our students in these amazing programs. Let's give a round of applause to the accomplishments of all of these students, staff, and coaches on their fall season. Way to go, Dukes. Thank you. Okay, if you guys can all come around and shake hands at the table, that would be great. You can just line up and start over there with...
Here we go.
Mr. Goods.
We're starting over there. You go.
We're handshaking. Good job.
Okay.
Great job. Good job. Great job.
Around the horn.
Good job. Good job. Good job. Good job.
Hey, thank you.
Good job.
We can do it that way.
Good job.
There you go. Thank you. Congratulations. Hey, congratulations. Thank you. Congratulations. 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 Congratulations to you. Congratulations to you. Congratulations to you. Congratulations to you. Congratulations. Congratulations to you. Congratulations to you. Congratulations to you.
Good job.
Congratulations to you.
Good job.
Congratulations.
Good job.
Congratulations to you. Congratulations to you. Congratulations. Congratulations. Congratulations.
Good job.
Congratulations to you. Oh,
You're good. Oh, good job.
we'll do the other hand. Congratulations to you. Congratulations to you. Congratulations, Calvin. Congratulations to you. Congratulations to you.
Nice job.
Marshall, congratulations. Hey, congratulations. Thank you. Fitz, congratulations. Thanks. Yep, congratulations. Congratulations.
We gotta strike like Wait a minute, we have one more.
You were chatting. You were held back. Congratulations. Yep.
Congratulations. That's wild.
Okay, next, we will be recognizing the York journalism students. So if they could start to make their way up to the stage, and Mr. Collins is going to honor them.
While you're making your way up here, I'll read why you're coming up here. Whereas the JEA-NSPA Fall National High School Journalism Convention is the nation's largest fall gathering of scholastic journalists, advisors, and journalism teachers. This year they returned to St. Louis, where they hosted the National Student Media Contests, where 20 of York High School students competed. And whereas over the course of 2 hours and 8 hours for some of our students competed in 17 different events, including writing, yearbook, photography, and broadcasting. For some, this included conducting interviews, developing new angles for opinions, submitting photography, writing captions, or even crafting an entire news package in a matter of hours. And whereas York Community High School earned 2 excellence and 5 honorable mentions, there were 510 students recognized nationally, with 75 superior, 168 excellent, 266 honorable mention awards. The following York Community students competed in the National Student Media Contest categories as noted: writing, editorial writing, Alina Jantz; feature writing, Logan McNichols; sports writing, Ian Southwell; review writing, Sam Sish; commentary writing, Mia Barkley; news editing, Nikita Thakar; press, law, and ethics, Kylie Trudeau; yearbook, sports, Juliana Rodriguez Radilla; academics, Abby Sardo; clubs, Amy Cruz; student life, Alessandra Formento, photography, portfolio, Jack Borchers; broadcasting video news package, Adrian Link; online news package, Diego Carrera; Eden George, Lainey Toffler; broadcast anchor, Gavin Connolly; broadcast package, Joshua Melvin; and TJ Sakaitis. Whereas the following students received the excellent designation: Logan McNichols and Galvin Connolly. And whereas the following students received the honorable mention distinction: Ian Southwell, Mia Barkley, Kylie Trudeau, Joshua Melvin, and TJ Sakaitis. And whereas these accomplishments bring pride and prestige to York Community High School, to District 205, and to the Elmhurst community. Now therefore be it resolved that the Board of Education and Administration of Elmhurst Community Unit School District 205 express congratulations to the students, their parents, and the faculty for these outstanding achievements. Congratulations.
Congratulations. Nice job. Good job, Mr. Parker.
Thanks for being
Good job.
here. Appreciate it. Thanks for being here. He's young. Congratulations. Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Congratulations. Congratulations. Yep. Congratulations. Yep. Congratulations. Yep.
Congratulations.
Okay, if the girls cross-country team placing second at state could come up to the stage. Mr. Kaczynski will be honoring them. I said.
All right. While everybody makes their way up, we're fortunate to be able to recognize the continued excellence of the girls cross country program. And so congratulations to you all on another great season, which is becoming a tradition. So congrats to obviously the student athletes, but also the coaching staff and the families of all of these students. I know it takes a lot of commitment to achieve at this type of level in any sport, including in cross country. The girls cross country team placed second in IHSA state meet, setting a new York High School record for the lowest team score in school history. In this sport, lower is better in terms of team score. And the third lowest team score in IHSA 3A girls cross country history. The York team consisted of 3 all-state runners, Bria Bennis, who placed third, Michelle Quinn, who placed 7th, and Catherine Klimek, who finished 9th place individually. Whereas the York girls cross country team earned the titles of regional champions as well as sectional champions along their way to their second place finish in the state meet. This accomplishment brings pride and prestige to York Community High School, to District 205, and to the community of Elmhurst, as well as to the student athletes, the coaches, and the families. The Board of Education and Administration of District 205 express appreciation and congratulations to the York girls cross country team for their outstanding performance this season, continuing a long tradition of excellence. Congratulations.
Good job, Jimmy.
Great job.
Congratulations. Congratulations.
Oh, great job. Sorry, you're coming up next. All right, we'll handshake. Congratulations. Great job. Jimmy, congratulations. Yep. Hey, congratulations. Good to see you. Congrats. Yep, exactly. Yep.
Great job.
Congrats. Yep.
Great job.
Congrats.
Great job.
Hey, congratulations.
Good job.
Congrats. Congratulations. 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 Congratulations to you. Congratulations to you. Congratulations. Congratulations. Congratulations to you. Congratulations. Congratulations. Congratulations.
You never want to say thank you again, right?
All right, next is the boys soccer, who placed 4th at state. If they could make their way to the stage.
Congratulations as well to our boys soccer team, who I believe for the second consecutive year placed in the top few in state. This year placing 4th in the IHSA state tournament, finishing their season with a record of 19 wins, 2 ties, and only 3 losses, excellent performance for the season. The York boys soccer team earned the titles of regional champions, sectional champions, and super sectional champions along the way to their fourth place finish in the state tournament. And whereas this accomplishment brings pride and prestige to York Community High School, to District 205, and to the community of Elmhurst, as well as to the student athletes themselves, their coaches, and their families. Now therefore be it resolved that the Board of Education and Administration of District 205 express deep appreciation and congratulations to the York boys soccer team for their outstanding performance this season. Congratulations.
After the picture.
First photo.
Picture.
He's ready. But he's like, I'm ready.
I'm ready.
Let's keep going.
Ready and eager.
Just want to make sure you're paying attention.
Great job. Thanks for being here. Congratulations.
Congrats. Great job. Great job.
Great job.
Congrats. Great job. Great job.
Congratulations to you.
Great job.
Yep.
Congrats.
Congratulations to you. Thanks again. Congratulations to you. Congratulations. Congratulations to you. 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 Congratulations to you.
Okay. Next, Mrs. Hassler will be recognizing Lauren DeAngelis, head girls cross country coach, named National Coach of the Year in Girls Cross Country by the National Federation of State High School Associations, NFSHSA. So if she could come up here, please.
Our cross-country program has a long-standing history of greatness.
And right in the middle. Right in the center.
Our cross-country program has a long-standing history of greatness, and that can be credited to our very committed students and our amazing coaches. Lauren DeAngelis, our head girls cross-country coach, has recently been named the National Coach of the Year in Girls Cross Country. We know how much time our student athletes spend with their coaches, and we want to thank you for being such a encouraging and supportive role model in our students' lives. We're really thankful to have you here in District 205. Congratulations on this recognition. I'm going to read the proclamation. Okay, while you take the picture, I'm just going to read through the proclamation. Whereas Lauren DeAngelis, head girls cross-country coach at York Community High School, has been named the National Coach of the Year for Girls Cross Country by the National Federation of State High School Associations, and whereas Coach DeAngelis has coached cross country for 13 years and has coached the York girls cross country team for 10 years, and whereas Coach DeAngelis has worked hard to maintain the reputation of the Lady Dukes as being one of the premier programs in the state since coming to York Community High School, and whereas this accomplishment brings pride and prestige to York Community High School, to District 205, and to the community of Elmhurst. Now be it resolved that the Board of Education and Administration of Elmhurst Community Unit District 205 express deep appreciation and congratulations to Coach DeAngelis and her family to her outstanding performance. Thank you. Congratulations.
And again.
Great job, Lauren.
Coach, let me put this back.
Congratulations again. Yep.
next we would like to honor Nicole Bellicomo Young, Assistant Athletic Director, named Assistant Athletic Director of the Year for Division 3A and 4A by the Illinois Athletic Director Association.
I pulled the short straw for you. And you knew it would be me. You knew it would be me. I just think it's so appropriate. We were supposed to give Nicole this, read this proclamation at our last board meeting. Scheduling conflicts arose, and I just think it's so appropriate that we're doing it tonight when we have all these amazing accomplishments being highlighted. And I think that we all know, if you're a parent of a kid in any type of sports, it's the people behind the scenes, like Nicole, that make all the magic happen so that all of these things run smoothly. So without you, I can't even imagine what it would look like. Where's Rob? So thank you from the bottom of my heart for all you do for York and all of our students here, especially in the athletic program. All right, putting the glasses on. Whereas Nicole Bellicomo Young, Assistant Athletic Director at York Community High School, has been named the Assistant Athletic Director of the Year for Division 3A and 4A by the Illinois Athletic Director Association. And whereas this award is presented annually by the Illinois Athletic Director Association to an athletic administrator that exemplifies commitment, desire, and leadership qualities. And whereas Nicole Bellicomo Young is a tremendous resource to the York Athletic Office. Her hard work, leadership, and care for all student athletes and athletic programs has helped the office gain success. And whereas this accomplishment brings pride and prestige to York High School, to District 205, and to the community of Elmhurst. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Education and Administration of Elmhurst Community Unit School District 205 express deep appreciation and congratulations to Nicole Bellicomo Young and her family for her outstanding performance. 13th day of December. Thank you.
Right, yeah. Congratulations, Nicole.
All right, and our final recognition of tonight is Jordan Stopka, head boys soccer coach, named Coach of the Year by the Illinois High School Soccer Coaches Association. So Mrs. Arvanites is going to do the honors. If he could make his way up to the, there he is.
There he is. Thanks for coming back up, Jordan. I just want to echo what Courtney said about the wonderful adults working with all of our students and children every day. What you bring to the table and what you've achieved tonight that we're honoring here tonight is quite the accomplishment, especially given where you are in your career right now. And having gone to a couple of our boys soccer games this past season, as a spectator, I can see and feel the culture and community that you're building with the team and your coaches. And it's so positive, and it's teaching such lifelong lessons. I just want to personally thank you for working hard to create that environment. Without further ado, I will read the proclamation. Whereas Jordan Stopka, head boys soccer coach at York Community High School, has been named the Coach of the Year by Illinois High School Soccer Coaches Association, and whereas Coach Stopka has coached the boys soccer team for 3 years, and Coach Stopka uses what he has learned as a player to further the development of his team, and whereas this accomplishment brings pride and prestige to York Community High School, to District 205, and to the community of Elmhurst. And now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Education and Administration of Elmhurst Community Unit School District 205 express deep appreciation and congratulations to Coach Stopka and his family for his outstanding performance. Congratulations.
Thank you. Kids are waiting. Your players are waiting for you.
I know.
Oh, really?
Congratulations.
I swear I'm forgetting things.
Congratulations.
Okay, thank you all for coming and letting us recognize you and for all the work you did to get here. We want to just take a couple minutes and let the room clear out before we move on to the next part of our business. Okay. All right, so now we move on to the public hearing, the adoption of the 2022 levy certificate. So, oh, they're cheering up. Yeah. It is 7:57, and I will declare the hearing officially open and ask Mr. Welton if he would please give an overview of the levy, tax levy.
Good evening, everyone. Tonight, we are seeking board approval on the 2022 tax levy. In the presentation, I will explain the tax levy components, differentiate between the levy and the extension, present the proposed levy and its impact, and share the rationale for the proposed levy. So the process for the levy started back in January 2022 when CPI was announced at 7.0%. But as you know, the tax cap is the lesser of 5% and CPI. At the November 15th board meeting, the board approved the estimated tax levy. On December 2nd, we published the Truth in Taxation notice in the newspaper. Tonight, we hold the public hearing at the start of the meeting, and then we seek board approval on the 2022 tax levy later on in the agenda. After board approval, we file the tax levy at both counties on Friday. This needs to be done by the end of December. At the end of March 2023, DuPage County calculates the final EAV, new construction, and tax extensions. As you know, the property taxes for the 2022 tax levy are collected in calendar year 2023. The first half in June 2023, and the second half in September 2023. The Property Tax Extension Limitation Act is also known as the tax cap. It limits the operating extension to the lesser of CPI or 5%. As I stated, CPI was 7%, so the tax cap is 5% for this levy. This chart shows that the first 10-year period of the tax cap in blue averaged 2.52%. The second 10 years in green, CPI averaged 2.49%. The most recent 10 years in purple includes the lowest CPIs. It averages 1.95%, even including the current 5%. The next slide just shows that this tax levy is collected in June of 2023 and September of 2023, and therefore we equate it to budget year 2023-24. So now, determining the 2022 tax levy. What we know at this time is that the tax cap is 5%. But what we don't know are two factors: the overall EAV, but this really only impacts the tax rate, And two, the most critical unknown factor at this time is new construction EAV. This is critical because it is exempt from the tax cap. We used a rough estimate of new construction EAV at $50 million. This is based on discussion with the township assessors about their estimates and past new construction amounts. We want to make sure we understand the tax levy terminology. The levy is the Board of Education's request to the county for property taxes. The extension is what the county ends up putting on the tax bills. And no matter what Elmhurst District 205 levies, the county will only extend the increase allowable under the tax cap. The next chart illustrates that point. In this line chart, the top blue line is the levy or the request. The bottom or the purple line, that's the CPI. The middle orange line is the actual extension that ends up on the tax bills. The reason the levy or the blue line is always high is because new construction EAV is still unknown at the time of the levy. If we knew what new construction was at the time of the levy, then we could levy right at the orange line. But since it's an unknown factor, we have to levy more than anticipated. Oops, what happened? Must have hit end. So in this chart, the left two columns are last year's tax extension, the 2021. That's in the left two columns. The middle columns, that's the tax levy. And the right columns are the estimated. So we have the levy here in the middle columns. We know that the capped operating funds have a cap of 5%. So above the 5% is for new construction. So the levy is a 7.34% request, which includes the 5% cap plus 2.34% for new construction. But it will likely be more like the estimated columns on the right of 6.65%. As far as the bond and interest, we have a levy with a 2.33% increase, which includes the schedule amounts from the referendum. And this is the peak year for the bond and interest. In fact, this year's bond and interest levy is $16,265,001, and next year will go down slightly to $15,916,813. But it should remain flat into the future. So overall, the levy includes $128,730,000 for the operating cap funds and $16,260,501 for the bond and interest, for a total levy of $144,990,501. On a $500,000 house with no new construction, only existing property, on average, the District 205 portion of the bill would increase by 4.81%, or $344.24. The operating portion makes up 88.8% of the levy and is at 5%, and the bond and interest portion makes up 11.2% of the levy, and it is 3.35%. That's how we get to the 4.81%. So our operating revenues, what we are expecting from the state and federal aid moving forward for Elmhurst 205 is very flat. And the state formula basically requires any future revenue growth will have to be from local funds. And Elmhurst 205 has the lowest tax rate compared to all of our comparable local unit school districts. This pie chart illustrates our current mix of revenues. Local funds are 82% from property taxes and 7% from student fees such as lunch and textbook fees and interest income. State funding includes 5% from evidence-based funding and 2% from other state grants. And the federal revenues make up 4%. And here is a chart illustrating the property tax rate, which compares Elmhurst 205 to our comparable unit districts. Elmhurst 205 is the lowest rate. As far as operating expenditures, schools are having staffing issues in various positions due to historic labor shortages. And this labor market has resulted in big contract increases in purchase services such as busing. Also, health claims are driving up health insurance premiums. And due to historic inflation, school districts across the country will be facing significant increases in expenditures. As far as the construction projects, which really are quite amazing, the board has decided for scope expansion related to additional student capacity beyond the original referendum. These were conscious decisions to utilize our operating reserves to invest in our school buildings, which is really an investment in the community. And therefore, the transfers of $7 million annually for each of the next 3 years will be from the education fund to the operations and maintenance fund, and then to the capital projects fund. This pie chart illustrates our mix of revenues. We have about 68% of our expenditures dedicated to staffing and salaries and benefits. This percentage is normally higher, but we have a lot of, a total of $19.85 million in transfers in this budget. The next chart illustrates our operating expense per pupil when compared to our comparable unit districts. And you can see that we have the second lowest operating expense per pupil when we compare to our comparable unit districts. When we add in the top-rated Illinois high school districts to the chart, Elmhurst is still the second lowest. Additionally, we know from the administrative cost per pupil ranking from the 2021 annual financial report data that Elmhurst 205 is ranked 4th lowest out of 381 unit school districts in administrative cost per pupil. The result of this is that we provide a great value to the Elmhurst community, and we are striving to continue to elevate our student success. From the last Finance and Operations Committee meeting, we provided financial projections. These use the cash basis fund balances. Before we show the projection slide, there is a new requirement that we show the cash balance reserves during the levy hearing. This slide is from our June 30th monthly financial reports, and it shows that we start the fiscal year with $68,264,598. You can see that number right here in the financial projections at the top of them in the middle. Due to the 3 years of transfers where we are using operating reserves to invest in our school buildings, our reserves are lowered in the 5-year projections down to about $41 million. And these projections include the amounts in the 2022 tax levy that we have before you tonight. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Chris. Just as a reminder, at our last board meeting, we had a pretty lengthy discussion about the charts and graphs in this presentation. And so the community is welcome to go back and look at that discussion. Also, the budget process is the same every year in timing, and part of our process is we do discuss and consider abatement in about February as part of the process. So I guess if there's any questions for tonight, I think we did a pretty, I know, but the board can ask one. Oh, yeah, okay. Any questions right now? That it? Okay. Okay, then, is there anyone signed up for public comments regarding the budget, the hearing?
No.
No. Okay, so there are no public comments. So hearing none, then it is 8:10, and I will declare the hearing closed. Right. Our next order of business is public comment. We have allowed up to 30 minutes for public comment. We ask that you be respectful, and we also ask that the names of employees or students are not used in the public comment. As a reminder, the board does not respond at this time, but follows up, either an administrator or a board member follows up to most of the people who give public comment. So at this time, I'm going to turn it over to the board secretary, Mrs. Troutman. She will call the speaker, and you have 3 minutes. We'll remind you when you have, or let you know when you have 30 seconds left, and we ask that you wrap it up. Mrs. Troutman?
First speaker is Christopher Lamika.
Oh, and I think the microphone, yeah, is up there. Just please say your first and last name. Thanks.
Right here? Okay. Good evening. My name is Christopher Lamika, the father of 2 D205 students. Last month, I read aloud a few problematic excerpts from the novel The Absolutely True Diary of a Part-Time Indian, which is required reading for all freshmen at York. Both the Elmhurst Patch and the Elmhurst Independent reported on the public comments, and they were able to provide direct quotes of other speakers. However, they could not reprint any of the excerpts that I had quoted from because it would violate their journalistic guidelines on decency. Think about that for a moment. The print media outlets that report current events to the Elmhurst community could not reprint any of the quotes that I had read from the required reading for 14-year-olds at York High School because it violated their journalistic standards. Adults who are the primary audience for the news have more protection from the perversions than our underage children. Do you not see a problem with that? So let me provide you with a little history. Since 2014, parents have raised objections about this novel by Sherman Alexis, as well as many other titles that are required reading by the English department. Why has the board ignored concerns of the parents? Why do you continue to ignore this outcry? Why do you choose to ignore the pleas of students who have expressed discomfort with the language and content of this required reading? Why do students have to set aside their feelings of discomfort with these texts to appease the educator's ideology in order to receive a grade, even though that these texts conflict with the values and the morals we, their parents, are trying to promote? The whole reason you are elected is to provide oversight of the school's staff and curriculum. You 7 members need to represent the values and educational standards of the community. Why are you allowing this controversial material to be required reading for the freshman class, including students with intellectual disabilities?
30 seconds.
Over the last 2 months, my wife has made 3 requests for the scope and sequence of the freshman English curriculum. To date, she has yet to receive it. This is a blatant violation of the Protection of Pupils' Rights Amendment, and that which allows parents to view all instructional materials, including teacher resource manuals. As the current educational leaders of D205, I implore you to use your administrative oversight to investigate the culture and climate of the York English Department.
3 minutes.
There is no impartial roadmap to navigate content. It is replaced with the teaching of ideas and not standards.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jamie Scher. Jamie Scher.
I'm going to use a flashlight so I can see it better. Hi, my name is Jamie Esker-Scher. I have one boy attending York and one at Bryan. My oldest two are in college, having been through District 205. At a previous board meeting, survey results were revealed. 70% of those who completed the survey want students prepared for the next grade and ultimately college and career ready. I know it's kind of small, but there it is. For those students on the college track, final exams are a part of being prepared. Since my son is a junior, he only has 2 semesters left to experience a final exam if seniors don't take exams in the spring. And remember, during COVID, there were no final exams. So I'm asking you, the school board and the admin team, to bring final exams back. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Tom Chavez.
Hi, good evening. My name's Tom Chavez. Tonight I want to revisit curriculum, specifically the controversial book, The Absolute True Diary of a Part-Time Indian. I want you to look at it from another angle or through another lens so that finally, after 8 years, you can make the right decision to remove it from core curriculum and put it where it belongs as optional reading. This isn't book banning, it's making sure what's being taught to children is appropriate for their age. Have you ever considered that if a 14-year-old child went to York Theater to see an R-rated movie, they couldn't get in? Why? Because according to the Motion Picture Association, it's not age appropriate. Yet the same 14-year-old goes to York and is required to read R-rated material. Why? The book doesn't meet the threshold for age appropriate and falls far below the threshold for grade level reading with a 3rd to 5th grade Lexile score. Speaking of Lexile scores, curriculum, and academics, I want to draw attention to the EPIC Analytics team that has done a wonderful job organizing District 205 academic data, providing the analytics, and presenting the information in an easy-to-read format to help parents better understand what's going on in their children's classrooms. On the flip side, you have the District 205's long-term strategic plan. I challenge any parent to go to the D205 website, review the plan, and let me know if you can discern from it what exactly the actual plan is. It's replete with fluffy talking points and ed jargon, but not an easy-to-identify action plan, and certainly no urgent plan for academic remediation for the students who have fallen far behind. Bear in mind that the EPIC Analytics team is doing their work for free and is a community service. The D205 administrative team are high-paid professionals with advanced degrees in education. Shouldn't we expect more from them? Finally, I'd be remiss if I didn't mention last week's incident at York High School that brought shame and embarrassment to our community and has made national and now international headlines. What type of culture are we fostering in our community when accountability and rigor are removed from the equation? What type of confusion are we stirring in our children when from one side of our mouth we are advocating for safe, welcoming, and inclusive environment for all, but from the other side we require children to read a book that uses the word retard? What type of behavior is the district promoting when they require kids to read the F word and the N word in anti-LGBTQ slurs?
30 seconds.
What type of behavior is the district promoting when kids are required to read about students getting sexually aroused by their teacher? Let's look at SEL and CASEL competencies: self-awareness, self-management, social awareness, relationship skills, responsible decision-making. What parent isn't for kids developing those soft skills? I certainly am. What's in question is how these skills are being taught. The district has never fully explained it. Are we teaching plain vanilla SEL or transformative? Which?
3 minutes.
I've asked but never gotten a straight answer. Can any of the curriculum experts explain the alignment of the book with any of the 5 SEL competencies?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Elena Kutry.
My name is Elena Kutry, and I have 2 York students and 1 Bryan student. I've stood before the board on 2 occasions to witness my son being recognized for achievements, once in the York Special Olympics basketball team, and then as the winner of the Illinois Yes I Can Award. And as we've seen tonight, we have D205 students accomplishing amazing things. Today I'm here, though, because unfortunately we have some students who also make some very bad decisions, and that's why I'm here. But unfortunately, they are also not isolated to last week. We York parents who have students with disabilities learned today about some precautions to keep our students safe. Specifically, the hallways, the bathrooms will be cleared after passing periods. And these steps will help in the short term. What happens in the long term? How are we thinking about this situation? Earlier today in the Elmhurst Chamber meeting, a district administrator described last week's incident as some horseplay that got out of hand. It's an understatement to describe it that way. It implies that it was isolated or it was intentional, that it was just a couple of rogue kids. It ignores the full scope of what our students with disabilities endure. The York student body, who immediately organized the petition and Friday's event, they know better. They know that there are scores of students who with disabilities who are bullied, and there's no clear repercussion against those who did it. Here's a sampling of what our kids are going through. A 7th grader taunted in the locker room. A student bullied by fellow football players so badly he can't bring himself to join another sport. A boy holds his girlfriend's hand and a picture's taken, and the image is twisted to make it out that he's hurting her. Students are laughed at and called out in the lunchroom. Please don't minimize what happened last week as a one-off, atypical situation, because that's not what it is. According to the Pacer Center, almost 50% of students with disabilities are bullied at school. A back-of-the-napkin estimate would make that about 800 D205 students who are likely bullied. My ask for you as a board: prioritize action to keep these kids safe. Strategic priority number 2 is to create a positive culture that serves all students. How do we prevent the attacks? What will change? Because if we do nothing, it will happen again.
30 seconds.
The plan cannot be, well, we're going to pull together a committee, we're going to assess and hope that it doesn't happen again. The safety of our kids can't wait. And to the York student body who are standing up for our kids, thank you. You are the FAFO generation, and I applaud it. Keep being the extra set of eyes for our kids. Call out the injustice, because you're driving the real change. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, that's all that we have for public comment, and so maybe just take a 5-minute break and recess, and then we'll get back to our business. So.
Is there going to be a period where the parents and students can speak about the incident last week, because it's clearly troubling the community and clearly people want to speak about it?
Clearly.
Parents to the board or to the administration?
I think ideally both.
Well, this is the opportunity with public comment.
But you called people. Can anybody just come up and make
There was a sign up. Would you like to come up and speak?
I wrote an email yesterday and it was responded to, so I thought I'd be on the list.
Well, you're welcome to come up and speak. Just please state your first and last name.
My name is Michelle Garcia Melind. I have 2 students who have been with the school district since preschool, and both have required accommodation and support for wildly different reasons. And I cherish the opportunity and resources that they are given with the school district. I'm so happy that they are here. The district has always recognized our concerns. Our issues have always been addressed. So I am grateful that my children grew up here, go to school here, and I am grateful to everybody who serves on the board and all the people who work at the schools, the administrators, the teachers, everyone. It's wonderful. That said, what happened last week is horrible. And that it happened to a child with a developmental disability who is vulnerable, I just don't even know what to say about that. I watched the video, and from what I understand, it was one of the tamer ones, so I got sick to my stomach watching it. I know these things happen. I know children do stupid things, particularly in their teenage years. I know I did stupid things when I was a teenager. I know I still do stupid things. But I think that this is something very different because it was a group of children taking advantage of somebody who is vulnerable. And I think in the aftermath, it's been twisted in a lot of different ways, but what I saw was not, something that was agreed to. That being said, this is the York High School Handbook. There are 9 instances where it is detailed that the code of conduct for bullying, aggressive behavior, disruptive behavior, gang behavior is not allowed and is prohibited. My student had to sign this, and I had to sign this. And I'm wondering why and what prohibited means. What are the consequences when somebody exercises behaviors that are dangerous and disruptive and prohibited at school grounds? There's no clear communication to us as parents or even the students. What is the hierarchy of protocol? What happens? What are the consequences? I understand that the measures that you want to try first so that things like expulsion or suspension are a last resort. I understand that. I think it's great. I believe in that. I think people should be given a second chance to realize what they've done, why it's wrong or hurtful. So I'm glad this is the approach the district takes. But this is different. This is aggressive behavior. This is assault. This is wrong.
3 minutes.
I think the students and the parents need to understand what exactly the consequences for that behavior is. Because I think if everybody's educated and informed, people can make wiser choices. Parents can guide and direct their children, and the students know if what they have done may result in very severe consequences.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
My name is Dominic Pagora. I'm a senior here at York High School, and I'm a part of the football and wrestling teams. After seeing the recent video, I don't believe the correct measures are being taken. The problem with the video was not solely the push, rather the laughing and videotaping that took place after. This all stems from the lack of education at our schools from both the middle and high schools. Students put in that position do not know what to do and fall back on making fun of someone they do not fully understand. When things finally got out of control, no student had the courage to stand up. All that happens in this district is fires are put out rather than prevented. This all stems from the education taught in our middle school and high school, as said before. Events like these take place in our middle school every day, and nothing is done about it, and no one talks about it. My sister is a 6th grader and has Down syndrome. She is unable to attend Sandburg Middle School due to the mistreatment of kids with disabilities at that school by not only the students, but the untrained staff. I've heard horror stories of students with disabilities being dragged across the hallway because they cannot sit still. Increased education on how to treat and support kids with disability is not only needed, but vital to create a community of warmth and helpfulness. And that starts with you. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
Hi, my name is Carolyn Carrillo. Thank you for letting me speak this evening. Actually, I would have commented about the tax levy. I never saw a sign-in sheet. I came here, I didn't see a sign-in sheet. So thank you for the chance to comment. I have a concern. Part of the slide presentation was that the board decided to expand the scope of the construction of the 2 recent schools, which the community did grant those schools to be built. We took that, we allowed that as a community. So I'm concerned as to how the board was just able to go ahead and extend that, and your records show that you're spending another $7 million for each of the next 3 years regarding those construction projects. That, pretty quick math here, is $21 million that you're adding into the budget. And how is it that we as residents do not have any opportunity to give any direct comment into that? I am not aware of how the board can just continue to spend money from the residents like we're an open checkbook for you. That is just, there are a lot of people in town that don't have students in the schools. There are a lot of people in town who've been paying for years that are senior citizens that are no longer to afford their homes. I know Mr. Collins brought that comment forward. I don't comprehend how the board can continue to spend money, especially when our return on an investment within the student body, our scores are sinking, and you can put up the numbers that you've put up from other districts. I like how you really cherry pick. That's great. So I would really love a response on how you're able to spend $21 million of our money without approval from the community. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we're going to take a 5-minute recess, and then we'll resume our business. resume our business. So the next item, we are at number 7, approval of board meeting minutes. Item A, approval of regular board meeting minutes from November 15th, 2022. Were there any changes to those? Okay, then those stand as presented. Item B, approval of closed session minutes, November 15th, 2022. Those stand as presented. So we have one report and presentation tonight, which is a K through 5 literacy instructional materials update. And so I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Campbell.
During the 2021-2022 school year, the Learning and Teaching team engaged in a process to identify the strengths and the growth areas as it relates to literacy outcomes for students across our early childhood to 12th grade. That process included analysis of student and teacher data, examination of research-based practices, and an audit of district literacy curricula, and the engagement of stakeholders. This process led to the identification of a district-wide instructional priorities, curriculum materials for K-5, and a robust professional development plan for leaders, coaches, specialists, and teachers. Given the significant investment in the curricular resources and the targeted and focused work that has been done, the administration would like to present the Board of Education and our community with a K-5 literacy update. I would like to turn it over to my colleague, Mrs. Katie Lyons, Executive Director of Elementary Education.
Thanks, Dr. Campbell, and thank you for everyone allowing me the opportunity to present tonight. I'm hoping to spend just about 15 minutes providing an update on our district-wide literacy priority, as well as Dr. Campbell said, an update to the curricular materials that we adopted this year in an effort to elevate instructional practice and promote skilled reading. In this presentation, I will highlight the components that contribute to skilled reading and writing, briefly review context about the process that Dr. Campbell mentioned for setting this year's literacy instructional focus area, review the instructional materials adopted to promote skilled reading, highlight the professional learning opportunities provided this year to deepen leaders' and teachers' practice, support implementation and elevate student outcomes, and finally, highlight progress on implementation to date and share our next steps. To start tonight and to dig into all things literacy together, I thought it was important that we all worked from a common definition of the components that contribute to skilled reading. To help us with this, let's take a look at this model called the reading rope, which was created by Dr. Hollis Scarborough. There are 2 major domains that contribute to supporting students with becoming skilled readers. At the top, you'll see the language comprehension domain and the threads or multiple skills that make up language comprehension. This includes background knowledge, vocabulary, language structure, verbal reasoning, and literacy knowledge. The second domain at the bottom is word recognition. This domain includes the threads or skills of phonological awareness, decoding, and sight recognition. It's important to note that language comprehension and decoding need to come together through a balanced instructional approach in order for a student to become an accurate and fluent reader with strong comprehension. This balanced instructional approach is how we measure effective literacy instruction. Just as important as understanding the components that contribute to skilled reading development, it's also essential to recognize that there is a large body of research that highlights the factors that impact skilled reading and writing. Based on this research, we know that students' literacy proficiency is impacted when they fail to grow a sufficient vocabulary, when they fail to develop wide background knowledge, and when they fail to become a fluent reader. Because developing wide background knowledge is such a critical factor in reading and writing proficiency, I wanted to take a moment to share a study conducted by researchers Recht and Leslie.
In 1988, 64 students took part in an experiment that has changed how we think about reading and comprehension. Recht and Leslie placed these students into 4 categories that you see at the top right hand of the screen. Students with high reading ability and high knowledge of baseball, high reading ability and low knowledge of baseball, low reading ability and high knowledge of baseball, and low reading ability with low knowledge of baseball. The students in these 4 categories read a passage about baseball and completed a reading comprehension assessment. The researchers evaluated which group of students performed highest on the assessment. To their surprise, Recht and Leslie found that weak readers did as well as strong readers if they had sufficient knowledge of baseball. There are critical implications from this study, as well as from other research studies that focus on the importance of knowledge building. It is clear that knowledge of a topic impacts our students' comprehension. In fact, knowledge of a topic has a bigger impact on comprehension than generalized reading ability does. And with sufficient knowledge of a topic, students with low reading ability can perform similarly to higher reading ability students. If the same kids in the baseball study were taking a state test like the Illinois Assessment of Readiness, and the passage just happened to be about baseball, they would outperform everyone else taking the IAR that didn't have knowledge of baseball. But if those same students were exposed to a passage about a topic they were unfamiliar with, they would fare much worse. So to build on this, I wanted to highlight something that Dr. Daniel Willingham has shared based on the research he's conducted, which focuses on the application of cognitive psychology to K-16 education. He has shared with us that reading tests are knowledge tests in disguise. So what you see on the left side of your screen is a visual representation of the different topics that passages on state assessments have focused on and that students have been asked to demonstrate their reading comprehension on. You can see how vast the number of topics is and how much knowledge students need to bring to these assessments in order to demonstrate high levels of reading comprehension. What's interesting to note is that the critical component of knowledge building has often been overlooked in our literacy instruction across the country. In fact, the typical way that we have done business in schools is that we skip around often from topic to topic, or we don't really dig deeply into a topic for an extended period of time. It's important that we reflect on this and shift our practice so that we spend time reading multiple texts on the same topic and support our students in building knowledge and attaining vocabulary at a higher rate, which will ultimately deeply impact our students' reading comprehension and achievement outcomes. Okay, so now that we have a deeper understanding of the components that contribute to skilled reading, I wanted to shift our attention to the process that we took throughout last year to lead to this year's instructional priority. So as Dr. Campbell briefly mentioned, we took these 3 steps that led to the identification of opportunities to elevate instruction. We actually presented, my colleagues and I from the learning and teaching team last February on these steps. So I'm briefly just going to walk through them. The first step in the process was that we engaged in an analysis of student and teacher data. This included summative assessment student data across grades K-12. Additionally, we surveyed our teachers to gather the reflection on the areas of usage of the current district ELA materials, planning practices, and assessment creation and execution. We also used the research that we just went through on high-quality literacy practices and the components that contribute to skilled reading to assess our existing district curricular resources and practices. This analysis of our student and teacher data and examination of how our existing instructional materials and practices align to research led to the identification of opportunities to elevate instruction. This includes, in that orange box, our current instructional priority to execute instruction that meets the demands of grade level standards and promotes foundational skills and knowledge building with complex text sets and aligned writing tasks. And this also included the adoption of new literacy curricular resources in grades K through 5, including Wit and Wisdom, Foundations, and Geodes. Since we adopted new curricular resources this year to elevate student outcomes, I wanted to provide an overview of 2 of these resources, Wit and Wisdom and Foundations. Wit and Wisdom is the curricular resource that we adopted and used district-wide to promote students' language comprehension skills, if you were listening, a domain of the Scarborough Reading Rope, and we utilize this across grades K through 5. Wit and Wisdom modules center on that study of rich and engaging texts, curated to build student knowledge, which we know is critically important. And also, this approach is integrated and text-based, so kids are reading daily, they're writing, speaking, listening, working on grammar, and studying vocabulary daily. And all of this is drawing on evidence from exceptional texts that are worthy of our students' time and attention. Foundations is the curricular resource that we use district-wide to promote our students' word recognition skills in grades K through 3. This provides a systematic program to comprehensively address foundational word study skills, which includes print concepts, phonological and phonemic awareness, phonics and word study, fluency, spelling, and handwriting, and also reinforces comprehension and vocabulary in an integrated approach. So we know that high quality materials are essential, and we also know that our people matter. It's about how our people utilize these high quality materials. Professional learning is a critical component to our commitment to deepening our instructional practices, use of the materials, student achievement outcomes, and continuous improvement. In an effort to meet the demands of this year's literacy instructional priority that you see again on the left, we have partnered with Wilson Language Academy and Great Minds. Additionally, in all of our professional learning sessions, we uphold the commitments of honoring our teachers' expertise, their experience, their insight, and knowledge of their students. We keep content at the core and emphasize the study of foundational skills, text modules, and student work. We build our teachers' knowledge of content as well as their instructional practice, and we empower our teachers to play a key role in extracting meaning from and making connection to the instructional materials that we've adopted. Here is just a brief overview of the variety of professional learning opportunities offered throughout this year that align with our literacy instructional priority. These sessions provide teachers, coaches, specialists, special educators, and district and school leaders with opportunities to collaborate, learn from each other, deepen practice, celebrate successes, and grow together to sustain our district literacy efforts. So in the parentheses, those are the sessions we have had to date. So 10 out of 17 sessions for our teacher learning communities, and so on and so forth. So you can see a number of sessions that are both job alike, grade specific, across grades, that also focus on word recognition and language comprehension. Finally, I wanted to illustrate how we are evaluating the progress of our implementation efforts, identifying our successes, and naming our next steps. So before sharing what's going well with our implementation, it's important to take a step back and illustrate the phases that teachers move through during implementation of new resources and instructional practices. There are 3 phases which reflect how teachers move from learning the curricular resources to deepening their understanding and ability to implement the resources to meet students' needs, and then to knowing the curriculum so deeply and having the skills to maximize teaching and learning within it, including effectively making data-informed instructional decisions. When we reflect on progress, it's essential that we not only focus on those teacher actions, but on how teachers' actions are leading to impact on our students' actions. So we also evaluate these actions through the phases of learn, deepen, and know. Our goal is to move all of our students to the know phase, in which students truly take ownership and fully engage in the learning, independently comprehend and respond to complex texts, skillfully communicate this knowledge across a variety of writing types, and demonstrate deep vocabulary knowledge and knowledge of the topic under study. It's also important to note that we expect teachers to have high expectations for their students at all implementation phases. However, once teachers have learned the curriculum, they are more fully able to refine their actions to more completely support students developing persistence and academic mindsets within the know phase. So I've included here reflections from our leaders and teachers to illustrate what's going well with implementation. And you'll see in these comments that the reflections align with the components that promote skilled reading. This first comment really goes deep into students are building knowledge about rich texts and they're growing vocabulary faster than they have in the past. Students can't stop talking about the topics at school and at home, and they are excited to showcase their learning. We're also hearing that teachers are impressed with students' writing about their reading, and students are excited to showcase their knowledge through discussion and writing. Teachers have all the materials, the aligned text, the cohesive materials, the assessments, which you'll remember from the survey is something that they wanted. And this allows them to focus less on sourcing materials and more on using student data to tailor the lessons. Teachers are seeing that every student can access the grade level complex text, some students with scaffolds, of course, and the curricular resources are ensuring that teachers maintain high expectations and support students to reach them. Socratic seminars, which is an instructional routine that is a practice across K-5 and Wit and Wisdom. Teachers are seeing that it's really enriching our student discussions in the classroom and are allowing for opportunities to verbalize thinking and process orally prior to writing. Teachers are expanding their understanding of text types and genres. So we're hearing from teachers that they're having deep conversations about the text themselves and about their writing genres, and they're building their own confidence in using the materials. So it's important when reflecting on what's going well with implementation at the district level to really step back and identify the leader and teacher actions that are contributing to this success. So here are the 5 areas that we've identified that are really contributing to implementation success. Strong professional learning communities, which are focused and are able to target their attention on internalization using preparation protocols provided by the district. Principals and coaches are serving as lead learners and are bringing the learning experiences back into their building. Leaders and teachers are examining student work together to see what kids are producing within and across the grades. Again, that focus on what are students doing and what are we seeing as evidence from our students' actions. Teachers from across the district are collaboratively learning from each other and bringing back the learning to their respective school teams, and school teams are facilitating data review meetings using Wit and Wisdom and Foundations assessments to analyze student learning and identify appropriate response strategies. So if these are the successes, how do we know what's next? We want to build on those successes, and we want to continue to do these 4 things and begin to do something in the 5th. So the first one is to continue to partner with school leaders to ensure that all schools uphold the enabling conditions that allow teachers to deepen their knowledge of the research, standards, and curriculum materials. We want to continue to design and deliver professional learning to teachers on elevating student writing in particular, and providing meaningful feedback to students on their writing. We want to continue to support teachers with talking with parents about their child's literacy journey and progress, as we know that that looks different than it has in the past. And we want to continue to intentionally and strategically embed responsive practices into whole group and small group instruction based on student data. We've gotten stronger within our small group instruction. There's areas for growth within responsive practices in our whole group settings. And we want to start to begin to build a district-wide video bank of high-impact instructional practices so that our teachers can continue to learn from each other. Thank you for the opportunity to kind of step back and share with you the implementation so far to date and the progress and where we're headed next. And if there's any questions, I am happy to answer them.
Well, first, thank you for that. I know some of us have been able to get into our schools and see the work in action. And it's fun to see the kids learning and the teachers are learning, but also doing an excellent job. I just wanted to highlight something that I think is really important that you talked about. That, you know, materials, instructional materials like this are a significant investment, but they also maintain a level of rigor across the district and across our classrooms. And without a commonality of instructional materials, that rigor sometimes is lost a little. And so I appreciate that these materials and the professional development that go with them ensures a level of rigor for our students across all schools, you know, at K through 5 right now. So I just wanted to say thank you for that. And then I also wondered if I know you're K through 5, so I really probably am going to look over here to 6 through 12. But could someone, Dr. Campbell or Ms. Leishel, could you just give us a little glimpse of maybe some of the work? You know, last year there was a considerable dive into the K through 5 and came up with materials that address the gaps. So could you give us a little glimpse of the work that is going on at 6 through 12 that I know you're not ready to present yet, but could you just share with us a little bit?
Absolutely. So Katie so kindly went back to the Literacy Adult Learning Plan, and although this presentation was very much focused on our K-5 professional learning, lots of these opportunities are taking place across all grade levels. So for instance, our learning communities, our collaboratives, our EC12 collaboratives, PLCs, and then also our specialists are all taking part in that learning. So although there wasn't a curricular adoption for 6-8 or 9-12 that we reviewed last year, we do have that priority. Katie, do you want to go to that priority? Our ELA priority is across all grade levels. And so, for instance, at our October Institute Day, all our middle schools have school improvement plans aligned with the written expression portion of the IAR, and they're actually digging into what their students are producing and then what grade level written expression looks like, and seeing how are our students meeting and where are there opportunities to continue to grow our students' writing, and how are we addressing that? What are we having students write about? What are they reading to then compile their thoughts? So it's certainly, Katie, as former director of literacy, did a great job last year looking across the entire district and really identified that K-5 was the place to start, but it is certainly an ongoing journey. And so we're collaborating to identify those next steps.
One of the things in terms of really looking at the work that's continuing is really deeply developing and having clarity of what our resources are and how are the resources aligned to the standards. And so there are conversations as to looking at the standards and understanding what those resources are across the 6 through 12. And that's the work that our division chairs are leading out. We're also really began to look at this idea of units and the work of deepening our understanding. So there's some beginning work that has also taken place as to how are we really capitalizing off of the interdisciplinary unit work within our social science spaces as well as humanities spaces to really look at and utilize the research of developing students' understanding of a content, a topic across and deeply in a particular content. That's also another way in which that work is going to be done. I want to just really highlight the very thoughtful and intentional work that has gone on. When Katie Lyons was hired last year, she was hired as the director of literacy. And you can tell by her presentation, she actually eats and sleeps and breathes literacy all day, every day. The board can thank the cabinet members that have had her pare this down to a 15-minute presentation because she thought that you all were going to be engaged in a Foundations of Literacy course within a 30 to 45 minutes. So really, though, again, in thinking about the structure of our district and really prioritizing her findings, we really had to prioritize them. And based on the findings, we really focused in on the K-5 work, and then she transitioned to a broader role. And so we're really anticipating coming into the new year of hiring and looking at a director, a role that can really continue to support the deep work and the learning in our middle school as well as through our high school. I think we also know that from our data, we've seen that there also is a very important need for us to really look at what is also taking place within the content area of math. And so the math review also provides an opportunity for us. And I think in this particular review, we were able to do a K-12 review, zero in, and really identify what the urgent matters were and start off with K-5. That learning, when our team continues, to have the support and the capacity, we'll continue to have the oversight of that in 6 to 12, partner with the work that we're now looking at across our even K-12 math. And so these reviews, I want, again, to really elevate this idea of this being a cycle. And we're going to be committed as an admin team to coming back and in that review cycle, sharing reviews and updates. So there will be, at later dates, reviews of how this work is continuing to grow across our 6 to 12 as it relates to ELA. We're excited about this launch of our K-12 math review, and so we'll be able to come back and provide those updates. So this continuous cycle of what are we learning, how is it impacting the actual learning environment and our student outcomes, what do we learn from it and what we are adjusting, that cycle of continuous improvement as it relates to these core areas will be a regular rhythm and a part of the work that the learning and teaching department is engaged in. So thank you again, Ms. Lyons, for that.
Anybody else? Beth?
I just wanted to add, thank you for that, and thank you for the background piece at the beginning, because that's helpful as we're talking about the curriculum. I just wanted to say that I've had a chance to be in some of our schools watching some of this in action with our kids, and it's clear that we have really hit on that consistency piece that we've talked about so many times, because although the teachers had their own personal tweaks to the curriculum, all of the students were working on the same units. They were doing similar work, and they were working to achieve the same goals. And that was clear in all of the classrooms. And also, I was just really impressed with the rigor, like Kara was mentioning, of the work. And last time we were in a school, I was in the first grade and third grade classrooms, and the work that they were doing was impressive. And it was clear that the writing that they were doing was the building blocks of the writing that my own kids have done, were expected to do in middle school and now in high school, and that they're expected to do on the SAT and other testing. And those are things that kids historically have struggled with a bit on those tests. So them being able to practice at this young age and be able to do that kind of writing that early, I just thought it was fantastic. So thank you. And thank you for letting us come in and see that in action. It's really helpful.
Yeah, and everything Beth said, echoed, and Kara, I've been in the classrooms, but what I want to just highlight for 1 second is that I truly appreciate the cadence that you're getting into. You've come to the board, you've presented something and asked us for something, and so often, at least historically, since I've been on this board, we never see how that's put into play in our classrooms and how it's benefiting our students. And I truly appreciate the full cycle, right? Like, you came, you pitched us, we gave you the money for it, you put it in the buildings, and we never hear about the impact it's having. So for me, I love this cadence, and I love the idea from start to finish. We are getting a complete picture of the things that we're sitting at this table approving. So I appreciate that. Please keep doing it.
Okay. Oh, were you going to speak? Sorry. Oh, great. Just a couple comments, because I too have been in the classrooms and seen this curriculum in action, and agree with Beth and other board members around the impressiveness. And I think what I'm most impressed by, aside from the teaching and the instruction that's going on in the classroom, is the student engagement and enthusiasm in the classroom, in the moment, every activity, as we move from grade to grade or room to room, that level of energy and engagement maintains momentum and ultimately has a positive impact on student learning as individuals. And I'm looking really forward to seeing the impact of this kind of research and analysis that you did, and then the decisions that were made by the administration regarding resources, and then also the implementation, and how this is all going to have an impact on student learning, and ultimately what many people are talking about today, achievement and proficiency, right? So that, I think, is wonderful. The other thing that I appreciate, since we're talking about cadence too, is this, that cycle that was created, the process that you went through, and to get to this point, and then you're going to continue to embark, right? I'm really curious to see what this looks like, because it does look different in middle school and high school. And so when we think about the rigor of the curriculum, the texts that are being used, what we're adopting in our buildings, all of that comes into play, as evident in the K-5 cycle that we just went through. So looking forward to what that is going to look like as we move our focus now into that 6 through 12 lens. So thank you very much. Great presentation.
Okay. Thank you. All right, moving on then to consent agenda. Does anyone have an item they would like to pull? Consent agenda? Yeah, which one?
Yeah, I'd like to pull item G. I think probably be good for us to talk about why we're bringing
item G.
Dr. Yankee back.
Anything else? Okay, could I have a motion for the consent agenda minus item G?
I move that the Board of Education approve the following consent agenda items. A, personnel report. B, financial report. C, Bryan remodel bid 2301. D, Sandberg remodel bid 2302. Churchville main office remodel bid 2304. F, York auditorium bid 2303. H, social work intern job description. I, school psychologist intern job description. J, exchange student for 2023-2024 school year. K, 2022 through 2024 Emerson PTA fundraising. L, semi-annual review of closed session minutes. And M, destruction of verbatim recordings of closed session minutes.
I'll second.
Okay, motion by Mrs. Troutman, second by, who was that?
Athena.
Mrs. Arvanites. Please call the vote.
Mrs. Troutman, yes. Mrs. Arvanites?
Yes.
Mr. Kaczynski?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Mrs. Hostler?
Yes.
Mrs. Kaforia?
Yes. 6 ayes, no nays, 1 absent. Motion passes. Could I please have a motion for item G, service contract for Dr. Linda Yankee?
Sorry, computer went down.
It's okay. I don't have it up. I move that the Board of Education approve the following consent agenda item: G, service contract for Dr. Linda Yankee.
I'll second.
Okay, motion by Mrs. Hassler, second by Mrs. Arvanites. Mr. Collins, questions?
Yeah, I just wonder if Dr. Campbell can talk a little bit about why we're bringing Dr. Yankee back, and for what reason, and for how much, et cetera.
Last year, in January of 2022 through May of 2022, the board agreed to the services of Dr. Linda Yonke to support myself in this transition role of superintendency and to provide consultative services over a myriad of items, given the fact of the transition period of her serving as interim superintendent. The contract of those consultative services that the board approved allowed it for 20 hours throughout that time to be used. At the time, Dr. Linda Yonke, we used 6.5 of the allotted 20 hours that the board had granted. We recently announced the transition of Principal Dr. Bagdasarian here from the York High School in his recent promotion as superintendent. And in that, there was very, very much, we know, an opportunity to make sure that we engage in a very robust and thorough process. And so we are now asking that Dr. Linda Yonke is allowed to utilize the 13.5 days that the board 13.5 days that the board previously approved between December 1st of 2022 to May 1st of 2023 in the nature of specifically providing consultative services specific to the hiring and the recruitment of school administration. Those specific services will allow us to really have a very robust recruitment to ensure that the principal at York Community High School, as we already know, is an extremely attractive position that will generate interest among a wide range of candidates. But that interest should not be taken granted. And the vigorous recruitment efforts should involve that of really making sure that we capitalize off of our networking, social media, professional publications, engaging our broader community and stakeholders in services that oftentimes come from the hiring of a outside agency. And so the thought here is to utilize a resource that we have right in our backyard, to say, also with allocation that has already been approved by the board, and redistribute that for her additional support in this upcoming process. As she works very closely along myself, our HR department, and cabinet members.
Anything else? Okay. Thank you for the explanation. Could you please call the vote?
Mrs. Hostler?
Yes.
Mrs. Arvanites?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Mr. Kaczynski?
Yes.
Mrs. Troutman? Yes. Mrs. Caforio?
Yes. 6 ayes, no nays, 1 absent. Motion passes. All right. Next item on the agenda is the approval of the 2022 resolution, the certificate of levy. Could I please have a motion?
I move that the Board of Education approve the 2022 resolution certificate of levy.
I'll second.
Okay, motion by Mrs. Arvanites, second by Mrs. Troutman. Thank you. I can't distinguish. Okay, any questions, comments? Mr. Collins?
I want to explain why I'm going to vote no. I just want to remind everyone that a low tax rate is a good thing, and it's a long tradition in Elmhurst. I don't want to be part of a board that messes that up. I also want to point out, over the last 10 years, as Mr. Welton pointed out, inflation has averaged 1.95%. In fact, it would be far lower without last year's number in there. But over those 10 years, we've accumulated approximately $45 million of taxpayers' money that we didn't spend. We're supposed to be a pay-as-you-go operation. But my main concern, and I think we can take part of that $45 million and return it to the taxpayer through abatement or through other methods. But my main concern is the power of compound interest. Last year, your 2022 tax bill went up by 6.25%. So 2021 consumer price index for the month of December was over 8% higher than the year before. We're capped at 5%, and that's what we're voting on now, to put an extra 5% increase on your 2023 tax bill, which will make your 2023, at least the school portion of your property tax bill, 11.5% higher than it was in 2021. Now, today, year-over-year CPI for the month of November was announced at 7.1%. We tax based upon the December number, so that will come in 30 days. And I doubt that is going to be year-over-year lower than 5%. So we're going to be looking at 5% on your 2024 tax bill. That'll make your 2024 tax bill 17% higher than it was in 2021. And again, I'm just talking about the school portion of your property tax bill, which is approximately 70% of your total property tax bill. Now, I'm going to speculate for just a minute that CPI in the year 2023, this coming year, is highly likely to be 5% or more. If that's true, your 2025 tax bill, if we continue to vote to tax the max, will be 23% higher. In just 4 years, it'll go up 23% versus your 2021 tax bill. And that's what I'm afraid of. That's what taxes people out of their houses, particularly people on fixed incomes. Now, we accumulated $45 million over 10 years when inflation was only 1.95%. Imagine what we're going to accumulate over the next 4 years with a series of 5% increases or more. That's my concern.
So, Jim, I heard part of it. It's kind of hard for me to hear. The acoustics are off here. But I'd love to spend some time with you offline to understand how you're getting your percentages, just because I think about my own tax bill, and I haven't seen increases like the ones that you're talking about over the course of the last 3 years. So I just want to better understand what you're finding so that we can make sure that we're making the best decisions for our community, and then also balance that with the needs of the district. So I feel like I'm missing a piece of information here, and so I'd love to spend some time with you outside to understand where your numbers and everything are coming from.
I would be happy to do that anytime you'd like. And that is a frequent occurrence that we say taxes are going up by, whatever it is, 2%, 5%. And some people's tax bill goes up way more, and some people's tax bill actually decreases. That happened to a friend of mine last year. And that is most frequently occurs because the township assessor in their algorithm has changed the value of your house relative to the value of other houses in the township. That's something how they come up with that algorithm is something I can't address, but I do know anecdotally that happens all the time. Mine never seems to go down, by the way. It always goes up more, and explain that to me. But I'd happy to talk to you about it.
I mean, I think part of the process that we've committed to in the past was to look at, whether we should be abating a portion of tax increases each year, and I think that's a January or February event. If I'm not, yeah. And so I think that's an important part of this for me. That the levy is one decision, and then whether we use some of our excess cash to abate a portion of that is sort of the next part of the process, which is early next year. And I think that is an important part of the dialogue. I think we have chosen to spend some of the excess cash for construction projects. A portion of that was to absorb the inflationary environment that we and many others have had to deal with. And then a portion of it was intentional expansions of scope. And I think that has added value in the areas where we've recently opened buildings. They've been quite well received. But I think there are opportunities to potentially abate a portion of this, and that'll be a focus of, I know, all of ours early next year. So,
Beth?
I agree, Chris, with what you're talking about. We talked about that a little bit at the last meeting as well. We are in a unprecedented time right now with a lot of things that are hitting our district that are unknowns. Labor shortages and needs, our busing contract situation and construction costs, which Mr. Welton talked about. But I do think that when it comes time to talk about an abatement, hopefully we'll know a little bit more about those things. We'll know more about our construction costs, and we'll be hearing about some of our bids that are coming in and how they're coming in later tonight. And that will be really helpful for us to have that discussion at that time.
One more question I just have. Sorry, Courtney, were you going to speak? One more question I have. I vaguely remember that, or I have some recollection that our audit comes in and we have a report that comes from our financial consultants in the winter. Is that correct?
Yes, we'll have the audit in January.
Okay. And will the consultant be able to, again, offer us some perspective and from their perspective of just school finance and where we are when it comes to fund balance and just an update on our financial health, how we're operating and where we are according to what we have in balance projected for the next few years?
We could have them do that.
Yeah, that'd be great. Thanks.
Okay. That's it. All right, then please call the vote.
Mrs. Arvanites?
Yes.
Mrs. Troutman? Yes. Mr. Kaczynski?
yes.
Mrs. Hostler?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
No.
Mrs. Caforio?
Yes. 5 ayes, 1 no, 1 absent. Motion passes. Next up, we have Superintendent's Communication, English Learners, and Dual Language Program Review.
The district currently has a dual language two-way immersion program. It was proposed in 2016 to address the achievement gap for our English language learners in the district. And at that time, it was determined that the district's bilingual programs were not meeting the needs of our students with emerging bilingual needs. And furthermore, it's found that pre-existing programs were structured with opportunities for improvement to consider the role student language can play in achieving biliteracy and bilingualism. As we have continued, this administration, as we continue our efforts in continuous improvement, and as our priorities, strategic priorities and objectives have been outlined, we continue to closely analyze and review our programs and how those programs are supporting the needs of our students and where there's opportunities. And so I'm going to ask my colleague, Dr. Grins, to give a little more insight to the EL and dual language program review that we are excited to be embarking upon.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Campbell. Good evening, everyone. As mentioned, we are now in our 5th year of implementation with our dual language program that's housed at Fisher Elementary School. As a result of our dual language 2A immersion program, we are at a point where we now have quantitative and qualitative data. Typically in the past, when we implement programs at about the 5th or 6th year, we typically will run a program review. We've done this for everything from our mobile one-to-one learning initiative on down the line. So we're at a point where it's an opportunity for us to do a review of the program. When we rolled out the ELA instructional materials last year that Ms. Lyons articulated a minute ago, we recognized that we had an opportunity, particularly with the dual program at Fisher, to conduct a review. We communicated that with staff in the spring and shared that review would be taking place. So we're now prepared to conduct that. So what does that mean? What does a review entail? In essence, we'll have 2 components. We'll have a needs assessment and a feasibility study of a dual language 2A immersion program, specifically at Fisher. So that means that they're going to help us identify strengths, any areas for improvement specific to that dual language program at Fisher before we move it up into the 5th grade, which is scheduled for next year. We also have an opportunity in the review to have an analysis of our district approach to meeting the needs of all of our EL students. We've talked about that in the past. We brought that to the committee of the whole. That actual review will be able to be conducted across the entire district. So that's early childhood through 12th grade for all of our English language learners. So some of the next steps. We've decided that we'll collaborate with a service provider for this. That organization is called Taju Educational Services. And they will do everything from an evaluation of our data, both qualitative and quantitative. They'll help us administer surveys. They will conduct focus groups. They'll do an instructional materials review. There will be classroom visits. And at the end of that, we'll have roughly a 3 to 5 year plan that's provided, and will give us some articulated next steps on how we can continue to elevate student outcomes, again, specifically to the dual program at Fisher, as well as then our EL programming across the district from grades EC through 12. So we're really excited about this. It's a great opportunity. The timing is right. It'll probably last anywhere from January through the spring. And we'll be obviously side by side, with the partners as we go through that collaboration together.
As Dr. Grins mentioned, we're extremely excited about this opportunity to review the work that has already taken place in our program, but then more importantly, identify the ways in which we can have an even greater impact. And so part of our sharing is also knowing that it's going to include interviews and engagement with our students, as well as our staff, as well as parents. And so just last week, there was this part of this presentation information was shared with a group of invested parents at Fisher, and an overwhelming positive response was provided that we are pausing and making sure that we understand how our program is structured to get and gain the outcomes we want to see and we expect to see for our students. And so I wanted to give that highlight and share that information with the Board of Education and our community.
Anything else on that? Okay. All right, thank you. We look forward to hearing the outcome. Next is Freedom of Information Act requests.
One FOIA request for specific attorney billing, granted. One FOIA request for construction contracts, granted. One FOIA request for student residency, granted. One FOIA request for specific curriculum documents, granted. One FOIA request for broad curriculum documents, granted. One FOIA request for documents from state representative, granted.
Right, social media highlights.
Rudy, I'm going to say something really quickly. So you're going to notice something in these social media highlights, and that's that the captions are a lot longer. You may have noticed that on the social media posts recently. The reason for that is we really wanted to not just give a short comment about the photos and videos that we were sharing, but really tell the story of what it is we were sharing. So when you see these and you realize it's impossible to read what is going to be on there, I just wanted to give you some context behind what we're doing and why we're doing it and how we've continued to really grow the social media just so much over these last couple months. The team has done a great job, so enjoy.
Okay. Board communications. I just had one small request of the administration as we end the meeting. So, last week's incident has really left us heartbroken. And I think while we see so many great things in our community, it's true that there is room for us to stretch and grow in our kindness and caring for others, especially those with disabilities. And I know that the high school administration is working with students to come up with a plan to take this positive energy that has come out of this event and make something good of it. And I just wondered if there's a possibility for you to come back with, maybe the students could come back and share the actions that are being taken in the school to help us all grow, and if there's actions that they feel as a community or as a board that they'd like to share with us. I think that hearing from students and having them have ownership over this would be amazing for our community, and a real opportunity to do something great for all students, but particularly our students with disabilities in our school district. So that is my ask. If you could, okay. Anything else? Okay. All right, we have two upcoming meetings planned. December 19th, 2022 Policy Committee meeting at 5:30 in District 205 Center. In January 17th, 2023, regularly scheduled Board of Education meeting at District 205 Center in 7 o'clock. At this time, I will call the meeting adjourned.